Hello and welcome to another stream of the original Until Dawn, the one that was done by Supermassive. This is phase 3 of celebrating its 10th anniversary with a sound effects only playthrough. Kat, I don't know if you're still in chat, but thank you very much for the 10 months of subscribing in a row. Thank you very, very much for that. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Or good evening to you, I should say. Morning here still. Almost 11:30 a.m. You're not tired yet? Oh, that's good. Welcome on in. Hope you had a good day today. All right, so I've already covered the sound effects in the menu. While I think about it, I better get the guide open that I wanted because with the totems, when you get them, the premonitions, because what you're seeing in the premonition doesn't just have the same sound effect for everyone. It actually has different sound effects based on what's actually going on in the premonition. I need to cover these as well, but unfortunately I missed one before thinking about, oh shit, I need to actually do that. But I'm going to be doing another pass through the game to be able to cover that. But so far, since that first one that we missed, not the first one in the game that you come across, but the first one that I missed out of the ones that I've gotten so far, I've gotten every other one before the one that I missed and after the one that I missed so far. Hey there, Sheila. I'm doing good, thank you, dude. How's your day going today? Listen, you had a good day. You took your mom to her appointment today, and until you have MRI results back, you can't say for sure, but you might need surgery on her foot, but no idea if or when that would be on the docket. That is totally fair too, as well. You know, hopefully it's not going to be a long wait to get those results back. I don't know how long usually you wait over there in the US for sort of things like that. I think it can vary here too as well with that kind of thing. But it's a bit frustrating too when you're in that period because you just don't know 100% for sure, you know, exactly what's going on, which makes it hard to kind of like prep stuff ahead of time. Sheila, your day was good. Just got done with some tidying up and you got a nice workout in today. Very nice, dude. That sounds great. That's good. We're currently still in chapter 2. There's 10 chapters in total. Um, there is a deadline for this playthrough, but it's a soft one at the moment because August in 2015 is when the game actually came out. So I've got until August this year to get the 10th anniversary playthroughs done before it ticks over into its 11th. If I go back to totem screen, I'll be able to count how many I've gotten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I remember now, it was one that was at the start of chapter 3. I've already gotten the most recent one in chapter 2. Okay, so last time we were with the characters of Matt and Emily, and the most recent thing that happened with Jess and Mike was that Jess disappeared on Mike when he was prepping to throw a snowball back at her. And Sam and Josh were messing with the generator so that Sam could have a hot bath, and Chris, in a monk outfit, scared the shit out of Sam, and then he reunited with Ashley, and so that's setting up things for Chapter 3 where they have the seance. Ouch. One of my favorite things to do when I have the close-up on the character's face is make the character actually look directly down the barrel of the camera, almost like it's a little bit of a fourth wall breaking moment. It's interesting, some of the sound effects for what they're walking on. And you also think about moments where the player is making the character seem as if they don't know what they want to do. Do they want to go down the stairs or up the stairs? Down the stairs? What, you know what I mean? And having to account for that too, in a way that still feels like the sounds are actually happening with the right timing and also with the right amount of volume as well. Schiller, thank you very, very much for the 140 stream streak. That is a long streak. Thank you very much, Schiller. Thank you, dude. Hello there. Hey there, Senny. How's it going today, Crooked? Hope things are going well. Hey there, Lone. Thank you very much for the 10 stream streak. Thank you very much for that, Lone. Appreciate that. How's things? Hey there, Shaky. How's your day going? Excellent, Crooked. That's awesome that you're going good. You're just about to head to bed, then you saw I went live. Hope your morning is going nicely so far. Thank you so much for joining the stream, especially when you're about to go to sleep. Appreciate that. My morning has been going well, thank you, dude. It's not too bad inside, temperature-wise, so that's good. Hey there, book lover. Welcome. How's things? Lone, yeah, you're about to go to bed too, up in 5.5 hours. Oh, that's totally fair too, Lone. Absolutely. Yeah, got to be up in 5.5 hours, so definitely need your sleep. I hope that you get a good rest. Hope you have a good one, Lone. Lone was last doing some GTA, doing GTA Online. Excellent book lover. That's good that you're going well. I'm going good. Having a good day today. Doing another stream of this game, and later I'll be doing my Assassin's Creed Syndicate stream. So yeah, it's going well. That's all good, Lone, for the shout out, dude. No trouble at all. Yeah, for sure, Lone. Absolutely. Yeah. Back to Red Dead Redemption 2 on the weekend. Well, I mean, on Thursday. Thursday and Friday, but weekend as well. Yeah, Lone. Getting back to the slow pace. Book lover, that's good. You've wanted to play this game. Oh, very nice. Yeah, this is the original one. They remade it recently. I think it was 2024 when they remade it. This is the original one by the original developer, Supermassive. The remake was handled by a different studio, but it's one of those games where if you really like games with dialogue choices and are very cinematic, and you don't mind gameplay where you have prompts, to open things and interact with stuff and all that kind of thing, it's very well done. For this playthrough, I'm paying tribute to the sound design of the game, so I've got all the music and dialogue turned off. And I've already done a playthrough that was paying tribute to the music on its own. So I thought it would be cool to do the sound effects too. And it's actually the first time I've done a sound effects only playthrough. I've done a few music only ones with different games, but I thought this would be a good choice to do a sound effects only run. See you, Lone. Hope you have a good sleep, dude. Book Lover. Oh, nice. Haven't seen this one then. That's cool. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, they also did the Dark Pictures series of horror games as well. And also The Quarry was another one of theirs. Hope you have a good rest, Crocodiles, as well. Thank you very much for joining the stream, Seni. Would definitely like to recommend checking out Crocodiles' channel as well. He's doing a historical order playthrough of not just the Assassin's Creed series, but also other genres of games and franchises too. And he's collated all these games and he's looked at what time period they take place in, even down to the actual dates as well. So it's not just a broad stroke of what game takes place in what year, but also organizing missions in what order time-wise they actually take place in. So he's currently finishing off Assassin's Creed Unity, and the next game that he'll be doing is Assassin's Creed Chronicles India. So a very ambitious project. He's already done about 32 games already, and I think it was about 2 years, 2.5 years, potentially around that mark, that the project's been going on. Has also been doing other games outside of the historical order stuff as well along the way. Oh, that's all good for the shout out, Seni. No worries at all, dude. You'll head to bed now, but hope you have a good stream with this and later with Syndicate. Thank you very much. I definitely will. More Last Maharaja. I'm expecting to finish that playthrough today, so I'll be able to announce what will replace that playthrough. Thank you for being here, dude. Hope you have a good one. The other interesting thing about not having dialogue, and also I chose for this playthrough not to have subtitles, I was going back and forth on whether to have subtitles so that what the characters are actually saying in some form was still readable, but I really wanted to have the screen with as less stuff on it as possible. There is some stuff, of course, obviously, that you can't get rid of. So you can't get rid of the icon of the left control stick when you don't move the character for a few moments. That can't be removed. And obviously, when you're choosing what dialogues and all that kind of stuff. But it's interesting too because you've got the actors who were performance captured when they were, motion capture, um, when they were doing the scenes as well. And the great thing about that process is you get to see all the subtle changes in the face. And that can be a good detail too, because I think subconsciously we're reading that kind of stuff all the time, but not necessarily thinking about it as well. To the point where if you see a CG creation of something, if it's done in a certain way that's maybe not as good as other things, the human brain knows what it looks like when someone is talking. The human brain knows what it looks like when someone is sneezing, you know. So these are sort of things that are very easy to tell if it's done incorrectly. So if someone was going to basically just talk and they were going to say something normal, but the way that their mouth is moving is like, why hello. If the mouth was moving like that, obviously you can't see me move my mouth, but the sound that I made is over exaggerating how wide I'm opening my mouth and just saying gibberish. If you saw that and the dialogue was just something simple like, hello, it would be like, whoa, what the hell? That doesn't match. Listen, do you think it helps with immersion because you're seeing it in your head, and you can hear it in your own head based on what you just see? Yeah, that's true, you know. And the thing about subtitles is that they come in handy too, because when you're like streaming something, you've got so many different things that people are doing, and just through the nature of stuff, some people are just listening to the audio of a stream while they're off doing something else visually as well. And then you get people who are listening to other stuff and they're watching the stream, but they want to keep up with what they're actually seeing in the story visually. So they can just glance up every now and again and go, oh, so that's the part they're up to. Oh, okay, cool. And all that kind of stuff. So I definitely would only do it for this kind of playthrough to not have the subtitles. Hey there, Anmita. Just stopping by to say hi. Hope you're doing well. I am, thank you, dude. Things are going well, thank you. Hope things are going well too for you. How was your day today? How was your streams of Elder Scrolls Online? Would also like to recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's been doing The Long Dark, which he just finished episode 4 of, and is awaiting for episode 5 to come out in March. And he's also doing a playthrough of Elder Scrolls Online, as well as Horizon Forbidden West. That was interesting. That droning sound almost sounded like a bit of music in a way too. It's good to hear. It was great. You made some good progress. Now you just completed your workout and will go to sleep soon. Oh, very nice. That's good, dude. Sounds like you had a great day, a very busy one. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. Thank you very much. And me too. I definitely will have a great stream, dude. Catch you later. Sheila, next time you play this, you think your attempt will be every possible death scene for Emily. Why, Sheila? Why? What did Emily do? I wonder if you took every character from a supermassive game that a lot of people seemingly didn't like, but then asked them to choose which one out of those that they liked. It'd be interesting to see a poll on that as well. Sheila, it's just a prank, Han. Yeah, yeah. And the thing about that too is that, like, usually when someone uses a shortened version of someone's name, especially if there's someone that is friends, whereas the more formal is to actually say the full name. And so when Emily says, it's just a prank, Han, the fact that she's using Han instead of Hannah is interesting because it's like she's trying to be her friend in that moment by being like, it's just a prank, Han. Come on, Han. You know us. It's just a prank. We didn't mean it, you know. Whereas if she was really, really sincere, it wouldn't be, it's just a prank, Han, you know. But it's just one of those things too, as well, with the subtlety of dialogue and sort of like word choices and stuff like that. And it's a bit, you know, condescending as well. Hey there, Samus. Welcome. No, my first playthrough was in 2020. The game, the original version that is, which is what this is, came out in 2015. And I remember back then when it came out, watching someone stream it, and they were right at the start of the game. So I saw the prologue, and that was enough for me to want to play the game. But it took a while to actually get a PS4 to be able to play it. And so when I finally did, it was really, really good to finally play it. Really enjoyed it a lot. And the next playthrough after that, I want to say it was sometime maybe in 2023, I think. Or it could have been 2024, actually. And I've done a few playthroughs of it since then, doing different stuff. Samus, this was such a good game when it came out. Yeah, yeah, I really like this style of game, and there's been a few different games over the decades that have used some form of cinematic technique or style for their games, and one of the early ones for me was Prince of Persia, because Jordan Mechner, who created Prince of Persia, he actually filmed his brother doing all the running and jumping and climbing movements, and then he of course used the old school Disney style of rotoscoping to isolate separate frames of his brother and digitize them. And then of course you got, you know, Mortal Kombat, the early games where they had real actors filmed doing all the fight, all the moves and everything. And then they basically digitized them and stuff. And then you get like, you know, Ninja Gaiden. This isn't necessarily chronologically the order, but you get Ninja Gaiden where it had like the 16:9 ratio kind of thing with the black bars at the top and the bottom, trying to be very cinematic. And then you get games in the 90s like Phasmagoria and or that where it's, real actors and more like, point and click style games and stuff. And then you get, of course, Alone in the Dark, which was the precursor to things like Resident Evil, of course. Then Resident Evil hit big, fixed camera angles, all that kind of stuff. And then you've got games like this, of course. Um, Detroit Become Human. Yeah, Samus, Detroit Become Human. That's a great game. I've played that a few times now too. I'll be due for another playthrough this year of it. And so, yeah, I really like that kind of stuff. And a lot of it stems from being a fan of movies since a young age too. So the more that video games have kind of joined with movies and the way that they do stuff, it's really been up my alley. Sheila, you're glad this game got a PC remake, even though you think it's worse, but at least you got to play it this way without having to buy a PlayStation. Exactly, Sheila. It really is a shame that they didn't re-release this original one on PC. I think it was a missed opportunity as well. But that is good that you got to experience the story, even though it does add some things that wasn't in the original. But at least you still got to play the game and experience the characters and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Samus, it's always interesting when you think back on your first time playing stuff, or what made you want to play a game in the first place. It was the same with Outlast, although with that game, when I saw it streamed, I was actually so engrossed I watched the whole playthrough. But even knowing what happened at the end didn't spoil it for me when I finally played it, because the person that I watched didn't read all the documents and all that kind of stuff. So at least it gave me something different that I could experience when I played it for the first time myself. And that's also another horror game that I like a lot. It's interesting just having the sound because you've got the sound of the beating heart that's making that squelching, squishing kind of sound as it pulsates. Then you've got the hissing of the cobra as well, which is stuff that can, because there's music, I think, in this part, which can sort of drown that kind of stuff out. Samus, Outlast 1 was crazy. You remember watching a lot of YouTubers play it. There's other games like the Dark Pictures Anthology franchise, but you heard it's not as good as Until Dawn. Yeah, Outlast 1, like, there was definitely a lot of people playing it, and I mean, it's definitely like a jump scare-a-thon kind of game as well. Um, but what I like about it too is the intensity of some of the moments being chased and that kind of feeling, when you know that something or someone is directly right behind you, you kind of get that sensation. It's like that, except it's quicker because you've got to run, things like that. With the Dark Pictures games, they do vary. This one really set a high bar though for this kind of game, especially by the same people, Supermassive as well. I'd say that the strongest one in the Dark Pictures series games so far is probably House of Ashes, which is the third one. That one is probably a bit more like this one, but I really like all of them. There's not really any of them that I don't like. But my favorite one would have to be the second one, which is Little Hope. And The Devil in Me is also really interesting too, because that one is about something that could potentially actually happen in real life with serial killers and stuff. Oh, you thought your laptop was bugging, lol. It's an interesting way to play the game. You never noticed that. That's all good, Samus. I don't blame you for thinking that something was up with your laptop. Yeah, it's very, very different. Um, it's very, very sort of like obscure of a thing to do too, as well. And there's so many games that also have great sound design, and this one in particular I thought was a good one to do as my first time doing a playthrough like this, because I've done music-only playthroughs before, and they can be pretty interesting too, especially when there's little bits of instrumentation that overall are a bit lower volume than the rest of the elements of the music. So when you have sound effects or dialogue, it kind of drowns those little bits of instrumentation out. But without the sound effects and dialogue, you really get to hear every sort of element of the music. Hey there, Zomb. Surprising to come across a Royal Legion stream at this time. Yeah, Zomb. Yeah. Lately, I've just been in the mood to do some early streams, and it's a good opportunity as well to maybe slip in some games that I kind of have a soft deadline to get done by a certain time, and don't have to worry about waiting until, I guess, the main schedule opens up for it. So I thought that was a good opportunity to do this playthrough of Until Dawn, because I've got until August to get this playthrough done. But I'd like to get it done before then, of course. Samus, what inspired me to do this? It was really just an appreciation and a curiosity as well with the way that different elements of games are done. And I also really like watching behind the scenes of movies where they show you how they made the sound effects, using things, anything from like sticks of celery and breaking them to make a snapping sound, things like that, or even just something as simple as getting like a tire from a bike, like the inner tube, and sort of like squeezing it and twisting it, all that kind of stuff. So I really wanted to do something that was kind of unique and also paid a bit more attention to the sound effects, because I feel like out of music and sound, I think music, and understandably so, gets a lot more sort of like focus and attention, whereas the sounds can kind of just become pedestrian, where it's just like, oh yeah, it's just, that kind of stuff. But also, not having music, I feel like it emulates real life in a way. When people aren't listening to music, when there's nothing else going on but the sounds of the environment around them, And to do that in a game, like a horror game, really brings that kind of stuff forward as well. Hey there, Ryu. Evening? At least it's evening here in the US. Good evening to you, Ryu, from my morning here. It's just past 20 minutes ago, past midday. How's things been, dude? I hope you've had a good day. Hey there, Bursty Chan. How's things today? Ryu, going well? You're definitely recovering. Excellent, dude. That's great to hear. I'm glad that you're going well and that you're recovering as well. Hopefully, you'll be 100% soon. So this is muted Bursty because I'm doing a tribute to the sound design of the game, and so I've muted the voices and I've also muted the music as well. Phase two of this series was doing the music only, where I had the sound effects and dialogue turned off. And the first phase was doing an all collectibles playthrough as well, where I had like all the sounds and stuff on. So yeah, this is just on purpose. It's not some kind of glitch or problem with the audio and stuff. But I really wanted to focus on just the sound for this playthrough. That's right, Bursty. Yeah, experimental. Very sort of like obscure kind of way to play it. as well. I've never actually done this kind of playthrough with a game before, so I thought this one would be a good one to do it with. While I don't think you can isolate it so much so that it's just the sound for Alien Isolation, that's another horror game that I feel has a lot of really good sound design in it. Because the thing about that game is that, and they do this with the visuals too, it's trying to make the player react to all the sounds, thinking that it might be the alien. And so you have some sounds that are similar to what the alien makes, but they're environmental sounds. And Doom 3 is actually a good example of a game before that, which actually did that a lot, where it was the environmental effects that were messing with your head, making you think that maybe a demon had just knocked something over, you know, when it might have just been some kind of, natural thing in the environment. And so in Alien Isolation, when you hear steam hisses and stuff, it makes you think, oh shit, is that the alien? And then you've got visually, there's a lot of really dark areas that have tubing, which is kind of similar to the design of the alien, especially with the, I guess you'd say it's probably the back of it, but also its head as well, and all that kind of stuff. So I think they do a really good job in Alien Isolation of using the environment visually and audio wise to mess with the player's head as well. Sheila, you're also heading to bed now. It's getting late for you. You're going to catch me in Victoria and London later. Have a good stream. Thank you very much for being here too, Sheila. I really hope you get some good sleep too. And definitely catch you then. Would likely, sorry, would highly like to recommend people check out Sheila Lock's channel as well. He just recently finished a playthrough of Witcher 3. He was playing it on the hardest difficulty, Death March, and he did the DLC as well, Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine, and he got all the achievements in the game too. He's also doing a playthrough of Hitman World of Assassination. Also, he's a big fan of Supermassive's Dark Pictures series of horror games, and also Dead by Daylight, and Assassin's Creed also, as well as the Mafia series. That's all good, dude, for the shout out. No problem at all. I definitely will have a good stream. Catch you again soon, dude. Would also like to definitely recommend people check out Lucinda's channel as well. Lucinda has been doing a playthrough of the original Resident Evil 4. Is almost finished that playthrough. May or may not be doing the remake of Resident Evil 4, but will definitely be doing Resident Evil 9 when that game comes out. Resident Evil Requiem, 9 Requiem. A great streamer with some really cool raccoon theme emotes as well. Thank you, Latty, for the follow. So that was very interesting. You have the sound in that scene, not in the premonition, but the environment that Mike and Jess are currently in. You've got the loud sound of the waterfall, and I like how the premonition also has water involved with the water wheel that is near Sam that we saw in the premonition. So I like that kind of like side by side aspect where they've taken something that's part of the current game environment and creating an association with water in a premonition for something that potentially is going to happen later. Zom, that head shaking, one of Religion's times of capturing footage for a dancing character, emoji, or glitch? That's a good question, Zom. It's one of those things where I like at certain points to do that because if you notice, after I stop doing the really quick left to right movement and I stop, the character looks directly at the camera as if to say, seriously. So I like to do that too as well. But potentially it could be for an emoji or a glitch. But what I like about this system is that it gives you a little bit of an extra kind of way to show the cinematic style of the game. And I really like games that give the player a lot of camera control. Even as something simple as Assassin's Creed 1, where you could switch the camera angles in the middle of a conversation, and you could still move Altair around in the cutscene and all that kind of stuff. So I really like to do that when I can, and it's a shame that in the Dark Pictures series of games and the Quarry that you can't do that anymore. Like I understand why, because it takes a lot to do that, but I really appreciated that about this game. And also doing playthroughs with music only. It was very cool too because their expressions can reflect what's going on in the game environment. And when you go to the screen, the character info, if there's something really, really emotionally charged happening, then when you go to this screen, the character you're currently controlling might have that same expression when you've actually got it to this screen as well. So I like that aspect as well. And also games like GTA 5 to a certain extent, but more so Red Dead Redemption 2, which really elevated the cinematic mode. In GTA 5, it's very sort of like chaotic with the cinematic mode, especially when you're driving. And last year when I did my GTA 5 playthrough, where Michael had to primarily have the cinematic camera when he was driving, which caused a lot of issues because while you can change the camera angle when you want, you also have to change which direction you're holding the control stick in as well. So that was kind of tricky. But Red Dead Redemption 2 has it a bit better, and so I'm looking forward to GTA 6 and seeing what improvements they've done with cinematic mode. My dream kind of thing for a game to involve is in every cutscene letting the player actually dictate when the camera changes to something else. Granted, one of the reasons why camera placement and movement and all that is dictated by the I don't know what they I don't know what they would be credited as in a video game for doing that. But to make it simple, the camera operator, where they place the camera and all that kind of stuff, and also probably the creative director and all that. I understand that they want to obviously have things be the way that they would like it, but I think just as an option, it's nice to have the ability to sort of manipulate that kind of stuff. Hey there, Not Fry. How's things? Hey, Pedersen. You recently saw this movie. Oh, you did? Yeah, you watched the movie? Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I know how it ties to this. Well, I have to clarify. This is the original, which has nothing to do with the um, new elements added in the remake, which tie to the movie. But yeah, I've seen, like, I know some of the stuff that happens in the movie as well. Excellent, Not Fry. That's good to hear. Glad that things are going okay. Pedersen. Oh, so this is not the same as the movie. Gotcha. You've seen the movie but never played the games. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's definitely characters that are in the movie, or at least one of them that is in the games. But yeah, the original game, Sony owns the IP. Um, so for the original, it was Supermassive that did the original, and then for the remake, they got someone else to do it. And also the movie rights are owned by Sony as well. So it was a Sony movie. Zom, you've yet to see the movie and you don't have the remake. Yeah, I mean it's probably interesting as like a horror movie, like the setup as well. Horror, a horror version of Groundhog Day, and all that kind of stuff. I just took issue with how they connected it to the remake, um, because I mean I have to go into spoilers for the movie to sort of discuss stuff. But let's just say they added an extra element to the Wendigo in the movie that wasn't in the game. Wasn't in the original, I should say, but was in the remake. And also, there's a big change in one of the characters that's in the game and the movie that really sort of like, I feel like undermines the original version of his character in the original game. Ah, yeah, so this was the fork in the road earlier. Alright, cool. It was also a good opportunity to have a length of sound where I was having the characters walk versus fast walk. this is a spoiler for the Dark Pictures game House of Ashes, which 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in House of Ashes, the creatures that you face are a hybrid of aliens and vampires. And even though they've done that already, I think it would be cool if for the next standalone game by Supermassive, I think it'd be cool if they did a more traditional style of vampire in a game that was maybe a big homage to like the Hammer horror movies, like the ones with Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing and all that kind of stuff. And I think it'd be interesting as well to have that because they have dabbled with the Dark Pictures series of showing things that happened in a past time period. So to have an entire game that is set in a past time period, I think that would be a good sort of thing to do as well. But yeah, I really like the Dark Pictures series of horror games, but I also like The Quarry as well. It probably didn't do as well as Until Dawn did, but I'm hoping it's one of those games that as the years go on, that there's a bigger appreciation for it as well. Because both Until Dawn and The Quarry, they play upon all the, B horror movie tropes and, all that kind of stuff. And obviously with Until Dawn, it's the slasher kind of genre, but also mixed in with a creature feature, things like that. And then The Quarry is pretty much a creature feature with, you know, spoiler alert for The Quarry, with werewolves and things, and is very, very cheesy, and there's a lot of characters that say a lot of like cheesy things as well, which I think is why if you have the 80s outfits and you have the retro 80s filter on the screen, the VHS filter for The Quarry, I think it really plays into that well also. But yeah, I think it'd be cool to have Supermassive do a standalone game that is about vampires and have it set in the past and have it be a big homage to the Hammer horror movies. Zom, did I ever play Frank Stone? I haven't actually played that one yet, no. Schiller actually played it and streamed it because he's a fan of Dark Pictures games by Supermassive, but also Dead by Daylight. And so he knew a lot about the lore of Dead by Daylight and stuff. Um, but yeah, I'll probably wait until it comes out on PlayStation Plus, I think, to give it a try. But definitely looked interesting. Not having played Dead by Daylight myself and not knowing too much about the lore behind that franchise, I would probably definitely go into it just basically judging it on it being, whatever it is, basically. But yeah, I'll wait until that comes out on PlayStation Plus. I imagine it won't take too long for that to happen. This is the first time Samus doing a sound effects only one, and I've done like music only playthroughs for a lot of games before. Everything from this game to games like the Assassin's Creed series, a lot of those, as well as Splinter Cell. But I've actually lost track of how many games I've done music only playthrough for. But I thought this would be a good game to choose as the first one doing the sound effects. Samus, wow, that's so oddly specific. You never watched a streamer do what you do. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely not something that appeals to everyone, which is fine. There's definitely no worries. But yeah, I'm very much interested in things like music in games and sound design, as well as like camera angles and all that kind of stuff as well. Um, and that's been for a while too with the camera angle stuff, because even when I would play games like the early Splinter Cell, um, pretty much when games started to give you control over the camera around the character, pretty much I've, messed with changing the perspective at certain points. And as time has gone on and I've played more games and all that kind of stuff, it starts to go into areas of trying to make the camera move around to the front of the character's face in gameplay so that when they're just talking, because normally, especially third-person games, the camera, and understandably so, is always behind the character, and the player isn't necessarily going to be moving the camera around the character in those moments. But when you do that, and they've done like mouth movements for the characters, I just like to do that, especially in certain moments. If there's a moment where a character is saying some dialogue that has a lot of emotion to it, it's really cool to actually just, have the camera. The difficult thing though is when you're moving the character and you're keeping the camera in place where you want it, and if you've got the camera facing the character's face as they're walking towards the camera, obviously you can't see what's in front of them. So any people or any objects, you can actually run into them, of course, a lot as well. And it can be very tricky too when a character is moving to a different position. Like Assassin's Creed 2, when Leonardo and Ezio are walking in Venice, there's a conversation that they have, and it's not just both characters walking in a straight line. They actually curve around and change direction and go in different spots. So when I'm trying to keep the camera in front of Ezio and Leonardo, it can be a bit tricky to navigate that while also not bumping into stuff as well. Samus, you'd love to see me do this for Chaos Theory. Chaos Theory has a lot of good ambience. You know ambience videos for video games exist on YouTube, but you've never seen someone do it live. Yeah, those are really cool, actually. I like the idea of those, just being able to have something play in the background that is like that. And with Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm currently doing a slow pace playthrough where I have the character just walk and walk and walk from one spot to another, not having fast travel. Automatic fast travel's fine when the game automatically does it for you, but no manual fast travel for that game. But trying to do it live is very different too, because if you're doing it edited, obviously you can cut out a lot of stuff. You can cut out like mistakes and errors and all that kind of stuff. So I'm imagining a camera angle only playthrough would be quite difficult to beat the game. I've definitely done that a little bit with GTA 5 and also Red Dead Redemption 2. Like GTA 5, last year when I did my annual playthrough, for each of the characters I had different requirements for each one. And one of them was for Michael to always have the camera close up to him, and also to have the cinematic mode while driving. And the thing about that in that game is that you have to constantly adjust not only for speed, but also for changing the direction that you're going as well with the control stick at any given moment. You can change the camera angle, which does help a lot. But when you're in a high-speed chase and you're trying to make sure that you're moving the camera where you want it and not bumping into stuff and making sure you turn with the right, direction with the control stick, it does get a bit, chaotic as well. And in that game, there's moments where there'll be like a camera angle from like a helicopter or something, and especially when Michael is chasing Molly, and the news chopper is flying through the air. Unfortunately, I couldn't hold down the button for the cinematic mode while driving because the same button that did that just jumps to the news chopper's camera as well. And in Red Dead Redemption 2, it was very funny trying to navigate on foot with the cinematic mode because it's very easy when you have the camera directly behind the character to know the spacing of a doorway from front on. But when you have a side-on view and you can't see the door front on, trying to make the character line up with the door properly can be very difficult as well. But in that game too, as soon as you aim to shoot, it goes out of cinematic mode. And when you're actually in cinematic mode, you don't go the same speed on the horse as you do, especially in a chase sequence. Like when you do the mission where you help Mary, if you choose to, and Jamie is on the horse and he's riding and you've got to chase him. If you have it in cinematic mode for that chase, you'll lose him because the speed at which you travel in cinematic mode isn't as fast outside of it as well. Samus, your GTA 6 playthrough will certainly be interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I'll play it when it first comes out, but I'm very curious to see what they've done with the cinematic mode in that game as well. It'd be really cool if they could let you have like a side view, automatic, because obviously when you are walking places, you can change the distance between the character and where the camera is, but you can't just lock it in to a side view as the character's walking along. And it's very tricky in GTA 5 because the moment you stop moving the right control stick for the camera automatically moves back to its original position. So when you're trying to move the character and keep the camera on the side at the same time, you have to constantly keep readjusting the control stick, but try to do it not so much that it's a jarring motion, but just enough so that you can keep it sort of lined up. And that was pretty tricky to do in that game as well. Hey there, AC. Welcome on in. The seduce option. This time around, I'm going to choose the reassure. But I'm doing a second pass through of this game because there's so much other stuff, different choices that have like character deaths or different kinds of scenarios where the sounds would be different. So once I've done the first pass through, making certain choices, which I'm actually taking note of as I go through, I'll then make sure I do the different choices the second time around. Zombie, you've tried for a cinematic vehicle cam only playthrough of LA Noire. It's quite complicated. Is it Zomb? Yeah. Like, is it just basically like the precursor to Red Dead Redemption 2? Oh no, that was before GTA 5. So I wonder what kind of things were improved from that when they did GTA 5. Hey, so you don't care the context, nor could you hear it if you explained it. Oh, okay. So I'm essentially bound to crash into everything. Oh yeah, you know, it's definitely like a wrangling kind of thing. You got so many different things happening. It's definitely much easier when it's just like a slow-paced kind of moment. But when you're inside of a mission and it's in a chase sequence and you got all this other stuff to deal with, it can be very difficult to sort of like juggle it all. Zomb, you also at times make a point to leave your partners behind. Goes quadruple for Roy Earl if you manage to be the first one in the car. Actually, you'd say it's mandatory to ditch Roy Earl, and if the car you're driving in, if the car you're driving is his, and you won't get insta-failed by crashing it, then you crash it. That reminds me of GTA 5 in missions where you have Michael's family members getting into the vehicle with him. There was one playthrough where for Jimmy, when he was getting in the car, I purposefully got in the car quicker and started driving off, but then I'd stop and wait for him to get close and then start driving again. And I actually rinsed and repeated that all the way to the mission objective. It was the mission, I think, when they go bike riding. And so, if you can imagine, Jimmy is chasing after Michael's car every few feet, but never getting into the car. I think there were a couple of times where he almost got in, but I managed to drive away a bit quicker so he couldn't get in. So I did that the whole way through because I don't like Michael's family. So any opportunity I can take to mess with them, I definitely do. Hey there, Zareth. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Appreciate it. I hope things are going well. Zomb, if you remember, Roy Earl is the narc and dirty cop of the narcotics division cop in LA Noire, the one who snitches on you for something little just to secure a position with the top brass in the syndicate. So yeah, most irksome character in the game. I think I know the one you mean now, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember vaguely. I mean, it's been a while since I've played it. It actually reminds me, what's the actor's name? Is it Peter Blomquist, who plays Micah in Red Dead Redemption 2? He plays a doctor in that game, L.A. Noire. That's it. It is, yeah, Peter Blomquist, who plays Micah. He plays one of the characters in L.A. Noire as well. But I don't know the name of it. You probably do. Oh, here we go, Dr. Harlan Fontaine. Would definitely like to recommend people check out AC's channel. He's been doing a playthrough of Skyrim. He's also playing games like Conan Exiles, as well as the Dishonored series. Also GTA Online as well. I imagine when it comes to adding sound effects to a lot of stuff, that in some ways it might feel natural to try and make every single thing make a sound. But I imagine trying to make it so that you're only prioritizing the main sounds that you expect to have. And so if a character is walking, that's an obvious sound that you need to do. And based on what they're walking on, you need to change it. So if they're walking on something that's a wooden floor, obviously you wouldn't make it sound like they're walking on stone. And if they're walking on a carpet, you wouldn't make it sound like they're walking in puddles of water. Unless the carpet is wet and soaked, and you want to have them walk on the carpet and have that scorching sound and all that kind of stuff. But you also notice things like the shifting of when a character is interacting with something and there's the sound of their clothes shifting, or I guess as they're moving their arm and the skin of their arm is interacting with the fabric and maneuvering it and making the noises and all that kind of stuff. And then you got all like the ambient stuff like the wind howling that you can hear outside a lot of the times, and things like creaking and all that kind of stuff. Zomb, remind me, which was your favorite Dark Pictures game? My favorite is Little Hope. I really like the atmosphere in that one, and I also like the scenes when they show like the 1692 era scenes as well. And I really like the music in that one too, which was also done by Jason Graves, who did the original Until Dawn soundtrack, as well as games like Tomb Raider 2013 and the Dark Pictures series of games. And the other thing I like about Little Hope is, now granted, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but due to the ending, there's definitely a lot of criticisms about that, which is totally understandable. What I like though is the actual journey getting there. And for me, that's what the strongest thing is. It's not so much the twist at the end and all that kind of stuff. It's more like looking back on the things that had happened and what had been experienced and thinking about all the guilt and trauma and stuff that characters like Anthony and Vince had, suffered due to what happened in the 1970s, and all that kind of stuff as well. And of course, there's definitely that aspect of Silent Hill as well. So you can tell that they were paying homage to having like a very sort of like creepy town with a fog, and even the whole Welcome to Little Hope sign is reminiscent of the Welcome to Silent Hill sign. Not that those two things are the only examples that exist in the world of signs entering a town, of course, but um, they're a lot of the elements that I like about that. And I also like, horror about, witches and witchcraft and all that kind of stuff too. And that whole time period with the Salem witch trials and all that kind of stuff. I've watched, some documentaries here and there about that too, as well. And of course, Silent Hill has a lot of that too, as well. Like Alessa is basically clairvoyant, and she's got a lot of psychic abilities. And so when she gets almost killed, and she's got like I think it's 3 or 4 degree burns, the trauma and pain and anger and hatred just creates so much energy combined with her psychic abilities that that's why it she makes such an imprint on the town and all that kind of stuff as well. So there's a little bit of that too in Little Hope as well. I do feel though that the best game out of that series so far is House of Ashes though. But yeah, Little Hope's my favorite one. So that was a pretty good twist. I think it is as well, and there's sort of like clues as you go through the game that point to that ending. But there's also things that are red herrings that make you maybe think that it's something else that's going to go on as well. And there's the question of, is it reincarnation, or is it all just, the imagination and all that kind of stuff? And there's manipulation, of course, like we see the introduction scene when he's driving the bus, and the camera angles they show don't reveal the bus passengers. So when it goes into the scene where he's driving after being told he has to take a detour through Little Hope, because we hadn't seen that the bus is actually empty, and we hear the people on the bus, we just assume, oh yeah, the people on the bus must have just been quiet while he pulled over, and the whole thing with the, not the sheriff necessarily, but the police officer who was pulling him over just to tell him he needed to take a detour. I never did Zombie. I haven't played Murdered Soul Suspect. That'd be down your alley with the Witch Trials and horror game combo. Thanks for the suggestion, Zom, because I've heard about that one before, and I'm always open to playing games that have those sorts of things in it as well. And I really like games where you play a detective. That's why I like games like Call of Cthulhu. I never played the Dark Corners of the Earth one, though. I've only ever played the 2018 one. That's just called, well, it's not just called Call of Cthulhu, it's also called the full title, Call of Cthulhu, the video game from 2018. Um, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that combine. Alan Wake 2, I like all the detective angle in that game as well. You also play a detective in Murdered Soul Suspect. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Because I've heard that basically you're investigating your own death and trying to figure out who the murderer was. And then there's movies too, like Seven is an example that I really like a lot, where you have detectives on the case of the serial killer John Doe, and um, even though it's not as good as Seven, The Bone Collector with Denzel Washington and Angelina Jolie and Queen Latifah, that's a really good movie still as well. Zodiac as well, also by David Fincher, who did, of course, Seven. I kind of like that movie too, as well. This is a good example of what I was talking about before, where if you have a solid floor and then you have like a carpet that's also on the same solid floor, you can hear both the carpet sound but also the sound of the fact that he's still walking on something that is solid to still make the thumping sound. Of course, all that stuff is like, I imagine, just, you could just do the sound, I guess, for the carpet alone and not worry about the actual sound of the solidness. But I think it's good to do the combination and have those layers working on top of each other, considering you have the carpet layer and then the floor layer underneath it. Hello there, Dex. Welcome. How's things? So that part there with the barging through the door and then the punch. I can't help now but think of Resident Evil 7. Sorry, had to mute for a second. Um, when, spoiler alert, Josh, the psycho, punches Chris, I can't help but think now about Resident Evil 7 when Jack punches Ethan. Welcome to the family, son. Dex, view, long day, winding down, long day. Don't catch you on this side of the day usually, so saw you on and figured you'd at least say hello and drop the lurk. Thank you very much, Dex. That's awesome, dude. I hope that you can wind down really well and get some really good sleep as well. And I wanted to do another stream of this. The first one was Monday, and I thought if I can try and do a Wednesday stream of it, then that would be good too. And I may try to do a Friday stream as well. But it's a good opportunity to do a game that I wanted to get this playthrough done. I do have like a deadline. At the moment, it's a soft deadline. It's August, because in August, it'll celebrate its 11th anniversary. So I want to get this in before it celebrates its 11th. This game looks good. It's definitely on your list. Very nice, Dex. That's cool. Yeah, if you like games of this style, and if you enjoy this, then Supermassive also did the Dark Pictures series of games, as well as The Quarry. And Supermassive didn't do the remake of Until Dawn. Sony got another studio because Sony owns the IP to Until Dawn. And it's not Supermassive, but Detroit Become Human. That's a really good game as well. That one's a Quantic Dream one. Zomb, I don't think you have to worry about finishing the playthrough before August. Yeah, I definitely think I'll be able to fit it in as well. And the beauty of it too is having it sort of like be another game that I'm doing on the schedule means that I can put in these kinds of playthroughs where I do have a deadline, but it's a far away one where I can sort of take my time a bit, and then I can use the other time slots for the two other main games that I might be doing, and then be able to get those done. And it's sort of like a staggering thing. When I finish one game, I can then replace it with another, and then the other game that was already being played too can then get replaced, and sort of cycle them around. Seems very doable, seeing it's as it's February. Yeah, I mean, I will be doing more than one pass through for this playthrough because there's choices where obviously characters will die. So I'm trying to do a all characters survive playthrough for this first pass through, and then the second time around, I'll choose different choices just in case it leads to some different scenarios with different sound effects, and then I'll be able to choose all the choices that kill the characters as well to cover that too. And I might need a third pass through as well. Just have to wait and see. Hey there, Saint. How's things, dude? Josh looks like Rami Malek. Exactly, that's who it is, Saint. Yep. Yeah, Rami played Josh in Until Dawn. How's things been? Zom, Detroit Become Human might be the best choice-based narrative game ever. It is really cleverly done, and having the three different characters and having them be so different too, and also the the soundtrack being composed by three different composers for each character. I think that was a really creative way to go about it as well. And there's just so many epic moments in that game as well, and a lot of very emotional sort of scenes too. Hey there, Code. Good morning. One lurker is up again. Very nice, Code. Thank you very much for the lurking. How's things? Would definitely like to recommend people check out QuickDex. He's been doing some Fortnite. He's also been doing a playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077 for his first time through. Not that it ultimately matters, but just for the sake of keeping things sort of like consistent and down one lane, I'm going to actually choose all the left side options, and then the next time along I'll just choose the right side options. Dex. Thank you for the shout out. That's all good, dude. No trouble at all. It made you think it would be fun to do a narrative game and use a dice roll to pick choices. And narrative. Gee, yeah. Yeah. I've done a playthrough with Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where it was dialogue choices picked by the viewers on voting. But for that, I actually allowed voting for dialogue choices that don't move things along, and it really made the playthrough understandably a lot longer, because the winning dialogue choice wasn't always the one that would move things forward. So if there was five dialogue choices and only one would move things forward, sometimes the voting went all the other choices first as well. Detroit Become Human, I also did a playthrough where I had sort of like viewer choice for certain things. I also had a couple of channel point rewards for two specific characters to get particular outcomes for them. And then with this game, I did a viewer effect kind of playthrough where I'll put a poll up for people to vote for what choices to make and stuff. Zom, the actor who plays Mike looks like an actor you recognize from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Might be the same guy, not sure, would have to double check. Yep, it is the same guy. Actor's name is Brett Dalton, plays Mike in this and a character named Grant Ward in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. IMDb is quite a handy resource in this type of situation. It really is. Yeah, I've used that a lot too for my commands for Assassin's Creed actors, for Twitch chat and all that kind of stuff. But that's true. Yeah, yeah, he's the same actor. Code, we're going to go and see if you have any rice patties left. Add some onion, spices, and mild liver pate, plus spices, and roast some half buns to go with. Well, Code, that sounds like quite a meal. I hope that goes well and that you enjoy it as well. Yes, Saint, praying. Yeah, about that sequence. Zom, no way she survived that. Well, here's the thing, and this is a spoiler sort of talk about what just happened. Um, First of all, though, choosing all the fast routes is one key element to Jess's fate. I was so lucky there, though, because there was the first QTE that I messed up because I accidentally pressed the triangle and the square button at the same time when it was only the square button was required. But the second time, I actually just went ahead and pressed the square instead of the circle as well. So those two failures of that QTE, I thought might have altered what fate Jess has, but there's clues to let you know when Mike comes across her whether or not you've gotten one fate for her or the other. And so now I'll talk about spoiler stuff related to Jess and whether she survives that or not. So if you choose all the slow options and you take a long time, or if you choose all the fast routes and fail every QTE, when you arrive at Jess, she'll have her jaw ripped open because the Wendigo has managed to do that. So that obviously means that she's dead. But if you choose the fast routes, and as we saw, even if you mess up at least two, you'll still get the outcome where she's still conscious before she falls down into the shaft. So it's understandable to think if you've only played it one time and you've gotten the outcome where she fell down, but she was still conscious, you might think, oh, well, she's dead. But spoiler alert, she's not. If you get the outcome where she's still conscious and before Mike is able to pull her off the grate, she falls down, she'll still survive. It'll take a while to get to the point where we actually see that she's survived. But she survives, and after that point, though, she can still die, of course. She's not completely immune from death after surviving that part. So if you want to keep her alive, you still have to make sure that you get her through the final parts as well. Depending on whether or not Matt's alive, Matt can actually find Jess, and they can both escape. But once you've actually done what you need to do to have her survive, then you've secured her and Matt as well at that point too. But there's all these different choices depending on whether Matt will survive that or not as well. But yeah, I was actually surprised. I thought that even failing one QTE would result in Jess having her jaw ripped open before Mike actually got to her in the end there. But yeah, could fail too. I don't know if there's any specific ones that if you fail, then it'll be game over for Jess. But yeah, definitely if you fail all the QTEs in taking the fast route, or if you take all the slow routes, then you'll guarantee that Jess will die there. So this next climbing part, I'm going to be doing a combination of succeeding and failing at the QTEs. In parts like this, where you can climb up something, if you fail a QTE and the character falls down, it doesn't mean that you can't try again. The game will just keep on looping that part until you actually succeed in climbing up the top. It's the same with the first don't move when the squirrel is sort of like on the ground and Sam kneels down to try and pet it. If you fail the don't move, it won't be like, no, you failed, move on. It'll keep on bringing up that until you actually succeeded it. So these climbing sections, just like I did in my music only playthrough, I will be doing different variations of succeeding and failing and dropping and falling and all that kind of stuff to try and cover all the different sound effects related to those things. Ouch. That would have fucking hurt. That's okay, Zomb. No trouble at all. I hope that you enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much for leaving the lurk as well. So there we go. Different combinations of failing and succeeding at those QTEs. There were a few jumps, of course, that were the same animation and sort of like height, even though progression up it had actually gone higher. And then you had like the same kind of fall, but from a different camera angle as well. And that final QTE, failing that, and that meant that that door that was closing, if you do the QTEs and then you do that final one, then you have an opportunity to hit another QTE for that door before it closes to get under it as well. But I chose not to for this time around. Josh really did a number on his forehead with the punch. Hello there, Mr. Gote. Until Dawn is going well. Not for Josh, seemingly. But if you've played this game before, you know what's up. We're in chapter 4 still, although we're just about to go into chapter 5 now. But it's going well. That whole scene with the saw blade was really intense with just the sound, especially once it started cutting into Josh and the sounds of the squelching and all that kind of stuff. That moment where Dr. Hill sort of like, I think he flicks the saw blade. Even though you can hear a little bit of the sound of it, it's also something that, with the music track on, there's extra layer to it as well. So that's an instance where you have a little tiny bit of sound, but if you have the music on, that tiny bit of sound and that little bit of music that happens to make the fullness of the sound, the ting, that kind of stuff, is unfortunately missing if you just have the sound effects. But yeah, we've still got the beating heart in the jar on the right with the squelching, and then we've got the cobra in the jar on the left with the hissing. How's things going, Mr. Goatee? It's going fine. It's going fine, isn't it? It is. This, however, is where I'm going to actually end today's stream of this. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate it, especially a playthrough like this, which is not the regular. um, but I'll try to do another stream of this on Friday. I'll see how things go. This is kind of like a floating game on the schedule where I don't actually have specific locked-in days for it. but I'm going to try for Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We'll see how that goes. But in any case, the next stream of this could potentially be on Friday, or it might be sometime next week. But thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream. Before I actually end, I'd like to give some shout outs to some streamers I'd like to recommend. And also, I will be coming back later with a stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I will take a break, a long one, however, so I can recharge my PlayStation controller and get something to eat and drink and stuff. Not that I haven't been drinking while streaming, but I'll take a break for, let me see. I might take a break for an hour and a half. That might actually be good. So that's my current time at the moment. So I'll be back in 1 hour and 30 minutes with Assassin's Creed Syndicate. For those who might want to join the stream and will be here for Assassin's Creed Syndicate, I'll see you in that stream. But for those who won't be able to, that's completely fine. Thank you so much for watching my stream of Until Dawn. Hey there, Barnes. Hello and goodbye for now. Hope things are going well. I hope you're enjoying your holiday. Would definitely like to recommend people check out AC, who's been doing Skyrim. Also check out Bookish Kitty Cat in Meta, who has also been doing games like Horizon Forbidden West. Barnes, who has been doing some Fallout 4. Crocodiles, who is playing through Assassin's Creed Unity, doing a historical order focus of not just Assassin's Creed games, but other games from other series too. Lone, who's been doing some GTA 5 slash GTA Online. Lucinda, who's been doing the original Resident Evil 4. QuickDex has been playing some Fortnite and Cyberpunk 2077. Shillerlock has been doing Hitman World of Assassination, and Shaky has been playing through Far Cry 6. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream. I'll be back with Assassin's Creed Syndicate in an hour and 30 minutes, and Thursday through to Sunday is going to be more Red Dead Redemption 2. Most likely I'll finish Assassin's Creed Syndicate today, which would then change the Monday through to Wednesday game. But once I finish Assassin's Creed Syndicate, I'll reveal what the play through and what game it will be afterwards. I'll be back in 1 hour and 30 minutes.